Hello, 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 everyone. Thank you for joining me. Hello, hello, TikTok. Just waiting for a couple more people to show up before I get started. Hey, Tony. It's an echo. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And before I get started, I want to give a shout out to Sorority Wear. This is a t-shirt I'm wearing. I try to wear different t-shirts on all my lives and give a shout out to the t-shirt people. The t-shirt, the companies that make the t-shirts, I should say, the people on their merch and stuff. So, hello, hey Anna, how are you? Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. It is an echo. Damn it. Do y'all hear an echo too? Anybody hear an echo? Yeah, okay. How about now? Yeah, still an echo. Mute and yeah. Dag. Maybe the phones are too close together. I don't know. But, all right. Turn off the Bluetooth. Let me see. Bluetooth is off. That Bluetooth is off. Let me see. Oh. Is it still an echo? Yeah. Hold on. Bluetooth off. I guess, yeah, still an echo. I turned off all the Bluetooths. So, okay. Give a couple more people to live. Okay, now I'm gonna get started. Today's welcome to my channel. My name is Dee. Welcome to Patterns by D Designs and D Designs as well. Today I'm going to sew Erica Bunker's blazer, and I'm going to hack the back of it and the side of the blazer. This is really bothering me. Silent mode. Still echo. Yep, silent mode is off. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yep, microphone is on. Yeah, I don't know. Well, all right. Well, okay. Invite more friends. Thank you. Thank you for the invites. Thank you for sharing. Let me have to log out TikTok and come back on. No, it's not TikTok. TikTok's fine. It's my iPad and my phone on Streamline that has an echo. And Now, does this work? Is it echo now? No. Okay, good. All right. So, like I said, I'm working on Erica Bunker's pattern, and I'm going to hack the sides and the back. The side front, which has an opening here, and I'm putting a band on the back. The fabric I chose to use is a cotton suiting plaid fabric that I purchased from Fabric Mart. And I'm also going to put shoulder pads in the shoulders. And I'm working with a polyester lining, a satin polyester lining as well. So with that being said, let's get started. Now, I do have a quick tutorial on my YouTube page on the back band that I have here that I'm going to add to the blazer. And it'll also show you on the YouTube how to get your pattern and your measurements. And you would need to make a fabric piece and a lining piece on the fold. So I'm just going to do that now and get that out the way by matching the right sides together. And stitching on both sides, down this side and down this side, and stitch whatever seam allowance you put on your pattern. I put a 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. So how is everyone doing today? Hello, Kim. Thank you for joining. Thank you on TikTok. Who else is joined on here? Hello, Jermaine. How are you? And now with this back band, after you get finished stitching both sides, you're going to turn it inside out. And this time I did press record, because last time I didn't press record. I was pissed at myself. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining too. Oh, you relaxing now, Jermaine? Okay. Oh, shoot. Hey, Shamir. I see Jermaine on the thing. So, hey, Shamir. Okay, I see your picture now. Okay, I'm gonna cut some of the seam allowance off because I don't want it any wider than it is. And then once you get finished stitching both sides of your band, you're going to turn it inside out. Put that aside. Hi, Tony. How are you? Hello, hello. Who else did I miss? No, that's about it. Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining if I did miss you. Okay, so here's the band turned inside out. Now you're going to press it flat. Now you did your band. So this is the top and this is the bottom. So now you're going to top stitch, or I guess edge stitch, both sides, the top and the bottom of the band. Hello, Rashay Nicole. I hope I'm saying that right. Hey, Kay Robinson. Hello. Now, like I said, I'm just demonstrating the band. I already attached the band to the back of the blazer on one side, because every time I do a sew along, I always do half of the garment if it's I guess, an advanced pattern. Okay, so I edge stitch. Let me show you on the back. Okay, on the back. So I edge stitch the top and the bottom. I'll show you on the back. Okay. So now we're going to put this aside and start on pattern piece number 1, which is the front bodice here. And also on my YouTube, I showed you how to add extra fabric to the open side in the front of the blazer. So I did infuse, I put interfacing on the whole front of the bodice piece. And I also enforced the 2 dots in between the shoulder seam and the collar flap. So you have to, I don't know if you can see that, but I enforced it with some white thread. Okay. Hey, Sab, how are you? Thank you for joining. So now you're going to attach your darts to the front of the front bodice, pattern piece number 1, matching the notches and the dots. All right, so I'm going to back stitch here at the waist band, at the waist edge, and go all the way up to the dart. You can back stitch, but still leave some thread so you can tie it closed. And fold, I'm sorry, fold, when you make your dart, always fold your darts right sides together. All right, is anybody doing this with me? Anybody sewing this blazer with me? Or everybody just watching? All right, so let me tie that. I tie it a couple times, maybe 2 or 3 times to enforce it. And okay, so that's your dart, and you're going to iron it towards the center front. Okay. Oh, here to learn. Okay, no problem. I hope I can teach a couple things. So once you iron your dart, you're gonna edge stitch it closed. All right. So now you're gonna take pattern piece number 2. Which is the welt for the front of the blazer that you're going to attach right here. All right. So once you cut out your pattern and put gosh, my words aren't coming out today. Sorry guys, but to infuse it, you're going to make sure you put all your dots in the right places, because we're going to fold this in half with right sides facing. And then we're going to stitch from dot to dot. Well, this dot on the fold. And you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch on both sides. Back stitch. And you're going to do the same thing for the other side. Now stop at that little dot and pivot. Keep your needle inside the fabric and just pivot on that line of where the seam allowance is. And then you're going to stitch straight up. Now you're going to trim your seam allowance so you can turn it inside out. Make sure you get, I guess, a corner turner if you have one, to push out the corners really well. And then you're gonna take it to your iron machine and press this. All right, so you have that done. Now you're going to stitch the opening closed 1/4 inch. Now on your front of your bodice, you should have a big dot. You should you should have put a big dot and a little dot. And it should be 4 dots, I should say. I did have 4 dots here. I guess it disappeared. Okay. Let me put these dots back because I used this ink here, the purple, and it just disappeared. So let me put the dots back on. Real quick. I hate when this happens. All right. Okay, now let's see. All right, now you're going to, where the big dot was, you're going to turn this inside out. You're going to put it on the lower bottom of the dots that are on the front of the pattern piece. From dot to dot, you're going to stitch going over that same stitching that you put on the welt 1/4 inch. And you're going to lay it facing down so you can turn it up like this. So let me pin that down. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, now. Thank you, Carm. Hey, how are you? Now, once you match the dots at that 1/4 inch seam, you're going to stitch it over top of that seam from edge to edge. Now, make sure you clean up after cutting the extra threads. All right. Now you're going to flip it up and iron it flat. So once you iron it flat, you're going to edge stitch both sides so you can secure the flap down. So you're going to edge stitch on this side and edge stitch on this side. You're going to edge stitch 1/8 of an inch from the edge. You can always back stitch to and force it back. Okay. So this is your welt pocket here. It's a fake pocket, but it's still cute. Now you're going to enforce the dart at the corner. And when you do that, you're going to fold your dart closed, but you're only going to sew from the top dot to the bottom dot of your dart. Do not sew all the way up to the edge. So you're going to sew from here, the first dot on the top, all the way down to the bottom of the dart. And you back stitch at the top of the dart. Leave some extra thread to tie it. Hello, Yvette. How are you? Hello, T. How are you? Hello, Cynthia. Thank you for joining, y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the love. I appreciate it. Hey, LaShawn, how are you? All right, so now you enforce the dart on the top near the flap, the collar flap. So now we're going to press it closed. Now we're going to put pattern piece number 1 aside and do pattern piece number 2. No. Nope, let's hold off. Let's Yeah, okay, so once you did both pattern pieces number 1, let's put them aside and do pattern piece number 3. And pattern piece number 3 is the back bodice. Now, I've already attached some of my lining because my lining is the same. You're going to put your lining together the same way you do your fabric pieces. So let me put this lining aside, and you're going to attach both pattern pieces of number 3, the back bodice, in the center seam, matching the 3 notches that are in the center, and you're going to lay them on right sides facing, and you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch. You're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch, but you're going to stop at that dot that's at the bottom of the bodice. This is the top at the collar, and this is the bottom. So you're going to stop stitching at that dot. Thank you, Carm. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So like I said, I already did the half of the blazer. Now I'm going to just attach both of the back bodices together, matching the notches and stopping at that lower dot. Making sure everything is even. I'm going to stitch 5/8 of an inch. All right. So now that both of your back bands are attached, press your seam open. Now you're going to reinforce the edge of the collar. And you're going to stitch that 1/4 of an inch from the edge. 1/8 of an inch from the edge, I'm sorry. Am I going too fast for you guys, or y'all okay? All right, so now this is the back. Y'all can see that. This is the back. So now we're going to attach the back pattern piece number 3 and pattern piece number 1 at the sides. I'm sorry, at the shoulder seam. So grab your pattern piece number 1, and with right sides facing, we're going to stitch pattern piece number 3 and pattern piece number 1 at the shoulder seam, matching the notches. Gonna pin. And you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch all the way across the shoulder seam. You want to learn how to make this blazer? Sure. I mean, Erica does have a sew along on her on YouTube at KnowMe.com, KnowMe Patterns. I guess on KnowMe Patterns channel, she has a sew along. So now you have to iron your seams flat. And now you're going to now this is where you're going to add the band. Okay. Now on the back band, this one. Now on the back band on the tutorial that I put down, you have to mark how wide you want your band to be and where you want to place it. And on the band, you should have put markings on where you want the top of the band to go and the bottom of the band to go. So I already attached my band on one side of the blazer. Let me show you. Okay, it's right here. And if you can see where this is the shoulder seam, and this is the back bodice piece. And I laid it between here and the side seam. So that's where we're going to attach the other side here. To here and here where I marked it. I put a dot and a notch of where I want it to be. And right here is a dot too. So with right side spacing, that's how I'm going to attach the other side of the band. And I'm going to pin that. Okay, so first you're going to attach the back band at the side seam with the front. The front bodice and the back, you're going to attach it to the side seam. Matching notches, you're going to pin. And you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch. You guys can see that. This is the back, and this is the front. And you're going to attach it on the side seam, 5/8 of an inch, seam allowance. You're welcome. Yes, you can always watch the replay on my channel. Yep. Thank you, Carm. All right. These extra threads. Okay, now you're going to press your seam allowance open on the front and the back of the bodice on the side seam. All right. I know this is a little confusing, but now you're going to add the band. Like I showed you at those markings that you put right here. And I put mine down here as well. All right. So you're going to match the dot on the band to the dot on the back bodice. Gonna pin. All right, so now I'm gonna stitch 5/8 of an inch. I'm gonna stitch 5/8 of an inch from the edge. I have some extra overhang on the band because I didn't know if I wanted it tight or loose. But you should always fit it to make sure it's comfortable for you. So you pin first and then you stitch it because you don't know how wide or how much, if you want a tight fit or loose fit. Okay. Now I attach the back band, if you see that. Get all this other stuff out the way. But that's how the back band is gonna look. And now, see, okay. Let me show you a little better on the mannequin. I guess y'all can see that. This is the band. I made it wider from the first one that I made. At first it was 3 inches wide. This one is 4 inches wide. I just added another inch to it. So this is the band. And once I show you how to put the lining on, you're gonna cover the extra that you won't see with the lining. So that's how the back's supposed to look. So let's get finished adding the collar, pattern piece number 12. Hey, Sabs, thank you. Let us see when the pattern comes together. Thank you, Yvette. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Livette's Creations. I'm sorry, I'm saying your name wrong. Sorry, guys. Dee, what size are you doing? I'm doing a size 10, but in the pants, I do a size 12. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Sabs. Let's see. Okay. So now let's attach pattern piece number 12, which is the undercollar. You're going to attach pattern piece number 12, right sides facing, matching the double notches on the center back. And you're going to stitch it using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. All right. And you're going to press your seams open. Now on the front bodice at the collar flap, you're going to, at the dot, at the big dots, and you're going to make a slash through the seam, but do not go all the way through. Stop before you get to the dot so you won't cut your thread. To, but not through, as Trisha always says. Just like that. So with pattern piece number 12, the collar, at the bottom of your collar that has an angle to it, at the big dot and the little dot, that's where you're going to place the big dot at that slash on your collar. On your collar piece. And you're going to match your notches. And you're going to match the little dot as well on both sides. And now you're going to stitch from dot to dot, 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. From dot to dot, little dot to big dot. You're going to find the dot and put your needle down with your sewing machine, and then push down your presser foot, and you're going to back stitch all the way across to the big dot. And back stitch. I did size 10. Oh, for the pants, hold on. What size are you doing? If you don't, bust waist measurements. I did a size 10, like I said, for the blazer because I wanted a tight fit. My bust is a 32 and my waist is the 28. My hips are I think a 30, 38. Yeah. So, yeah, those are my measurements. All right. I'm I should do a size 14, 16, 18. Well, depending on if you don't want to wear a bra, you do a tighter, I guess a tighter fit around the bust area. But if you want to wear a bra, you can just do your regular size. Because some people some people want that extra support. So that's why I did a size 10. Because I'm a little top heavy, y'all. So, but yeah. I mean, some people, they do a muslin. I don't do a muslin because I know my size. I know how certain things fit me. So if you want to do a tighter fit, go a size down. That's what I would recommend. All right, so now we did that. Now, attaching the collar, the undercollar to the neck of the back bodice piece. So make sure you find your center back and you pin that. And you find the shoulder, the dot that's, I guess, on the other side of the undercollar. You match that dot with your shoulder seam. Alrighty. And then once you have everything pinned, you're going to do a 5/8 inch seam allowance, stitching all the way across. So since you already stitched from the big dot to the little dot, the only thing you have to do now is stitch the little dot all the way across the collar to the other little dot on the other side. And make sure everything is out of the way so you won't have any bulkiness in your neck, in the neck of the collar. And make sure you don't sew anything down that you don't want sewn down. All right, that looks good. And that looks good. So everything is matching up from the center back. All right. So press the seam down in your collar. Make sure you cut the necessary cuts that need to be slashed so you can have an easier fit around your neck so it won't be so tight. All right. So now if you're going to, let's see, we did that. Put this aside and work on pattern piece number 17, which is the front lining. And make sure you attach your darts. Fold it in half with right sides facing. And stitch from notch to notch, or notch to dart marking, I'm sorry. Make sure your notches match and your dots match. And you're going to stitch all the way down to the bottom dart. Sorry, to the top dart. So stitch here. Well, back stitch at the waist edge and go all the way up to the dot of the dart. Leave some string out and tack it down a little tighter. Thank you guys for joining me. I really appreciate it. I really do. I'm just trying to make my platform a little bit more known. All right. Press your foot up and cut. And tie and force it a little bit. Thank you, guys. Hey, thank you for joining me. Appreciate it. Janita, I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you for joining. Who else on TikTok? Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Okay. So enforcing that, now you're going to press it. All right. So now you're, since this is the side seam, you're going to press your dart towards the side seam. I'm sorry, towards the front. Towards this curve you see here. Let me show you a little something. Okay. Now, like I said, I added some fabric on the front of the bodice. Now, this is the bodice lining pattern, and I had to add side fabric to the bodice lining pattern as well, so everything could be in symmetry. Okay. Now with pattern piece number 13, which is the upper front facing, you're going to add this pattern piece facing number 13 to pattern piece number 17. Both of these pattern pieces. And with right sides facing, matching the notches, you're going to stitch this together. All right, so you're going to pin and you're going to fit it all the way around. Now, I have a little bit of stretch in my fabric, so I didn't do a, as they were asking, doing an ease stitch. I just matched my notches and pinned. And pulled my fabric. That's like a cheating way for me, instead of wasting thread. So I just pinned in between. And I guess you could see the bulkiness here where one's shorter than the other. And like I said, I have stretch. So the only thing I did was stretch it to fit. And a pin. So I'm going to stitch this down using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Move the dart out the way. So I think I'm getting better and better as I do more sew-alongs with my verbiage and getting my audience interested in what I'm trying to describe and talk about. So I hope I'm helping some of you all that are going to do this blazer. And I hope that back band was a good add-on hack for the blazer. And you can use that same tutorial to do any other blazer as well. So all right, back stitch. Okay. But thank you, Tony, for liking my live. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So now you see pattern piece number 13 and number 17 are attached at the shoulder. So now you're going to press the seam. I should say, press the seam towards the facing. No, I'm sorry. Press the seam towards the lining because the facing is so thick. So press it towards the lining. Okay. And now since the lining is pressed, the facing is pressed towards the lining. At the bottom, the dart should overlap the lining like that. And now you're going to edge stitch this closed. Okay. You're going to edge stitch it 1/8 of an inch from the waist edge. Like that. Like that. All right. So now we're going to attach this to the front bodice. I'm sorry, you're going to attach this to the pattern piece number 3, the lining of the back bodice. So you're going to attach this to this at the shoulder seam. All right. So you're going to match the notches of the shoulder seam of the lining for the front of the bodice and the back of the bodice. All right, see here. You're going to stitch it 5/8 of an inch all the way across. All right, so you're going to press this open. Press it open at the side on the shoulder seam. Press it flat. Now you're going to attach the bodice lining to the front bodice of the fabric. And like I said, you could ease stitch it to fit it better if you're not using a stretchy fabric. So match your notches at the bottom, the double notches. So I'm attaching the front bodice to the bodice lining and the bodice facing. Making sure your dots are matched together. Alrighty. Mm, 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 mm. And you know what? Before you attach your facing, I skipped a step. Okay. It's telling me to add pattern piece number 11, which is the collar. I'm first going to attach the back bodice of the lining together. Yeah. And like I said, you're going to do the same with the lining that you did with the fabric pieces. and stitch at 5/8 of an inch together at the center back of the lining. And you're going to stop at that dot like you did on the fabric pieces. Sometimes you need your tape measure. Because my ink disappeared, and I hate that. All right. I love this little thing. It's a measuring gauge. It has all the measurements on both sides. You can purchase this from Joann's. It's a great tool to have. All right, so press your seams open for the lining. All right. All right, let me say. Okay, now we're going to attach the collar to the lining. And this is the same way you did the collar for the fabric. Matching your large dot. With the large dot on the bodice, the facing. Matching notches and matching the shoulder dot. Now I like doing the dots first instead of doing a continuous stitch all the way around the collar. I like doing a stitch from dot to dot, back stitching, and then doing the dot across the center back to the other dot on the other side of the collar. It makes it seem easier and better instead of using your leaving your needle down and pivoting and then stitching. It just, I think it makes the collar lay better to me. So now you're going to stitch from dot to dot. Using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Back stitch and go all the way across. Back stitch. Hey Lisa, how are you? Thank you for joining me. I just saw you, my bad. I've been trying to concentrate. All right. Now you're going to, at the crease of the facing, you're going to make a slash, not all the way through the thread, but two, but not through. All right. Thank you for joining me, Lisa. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. So now that you attach the collar to the facing, now you're going to attach the collar matching the dots at the center back, and the shoulder. All right, so you're going to stitch from the small dot all the way across. Okay. Put these extra threads. All right. Now the back collar is attached to the lining. And now you're going to attach your bodice front to the bodice lining at the top of the collar and on the around the facing. But before you do that, you're going to attach the rest of the end of the collar to the front of the facing at the corners. And you're going to stitch, well, you're going to slash two, but not through. And you're going to fit this from dot to dot. Attach your facing to the front bodice, matching the notches of the bottom of the facing, matching your corners. Matching your dot. And matching the end of the collar to the point of the facing, in between the point of the facing. And a lot of people have difficulties attaching the collar at the point to the facing. Like this point here. That's why I always cut it up in sections, doing from here to here, from here to here. So it doesn't look, it doesn't have any spacing in between the joint of the facing. So I'm going to stitch to this dot to the big dot now. So match your dots. And pin. Making sure both threads are even on each side. Okay. Because I don't want to overlap it to make it not look right. So I'm going to stitch from this dot to this dot in the joint of the facing and the front bodice, using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Take my needle out of the way. Okay, put my pressure foot down, back stitch. Back stitch. Okay. All right, see here, I didn't want to overlap the stitching that was on this side, so I just stopped it at that stitching from the point of the collar. I can see it better here. From here to here. Move this out the way. Okay, from here to here. Turn this out the way. Turn it around and look. Okay, yeah, that's good. Okay. Now I'm going to close the facing and the front of the bodice together on the side of the collar, the flap. Using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. We're making good time. Reinforce at the dot. Right. And trim seam allowance off. I want to make this a better point, so I'm going to cut it a little bit closer to the thread, not a lot. All right. So now I'm going to attach the other side. Now I'm attaching this piece. Let's put dot to dot. Now I'm just going to attach the side of the collar from the collar flap. I'm not going to enclose the top of my collar yet, just yet. I'll show you what I'm going to do. Okay, now, this is the tricky part. The opening of your collar, you're going to attach your facing to the fabric part of your facing. So I'm about to it's almost like, I guess, the sandwich part, you know how you, the burrito, I'm sorry, the burrito fold. Should I? Yeah, closing your collar first. Yeah. closing your undercollar and the collar at the top. Because I'm doing it this way because I added the band. I did the half of the blazer in advance, and this is what happens when you do half in advance instead of doing the whole thing at one time. Hey, Latoya, how are you? Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you. All right, so. All right, so I'm gonna attach it using 5/8 of the inseam allowance. Hello, hello. Kamala, thank you for joining. Vanessa, thank you for joining. Let's see. All right. All right. So now I'm going to cut some of the seam allowance so it could fold better in the collar. It won't be too bulky. And then I'm going to have to understitch the collar closed. And I'll show you how to do that. All right. Okay. So make certain slashes here and there. That's good, that's good, that's good. All right. Let me push out my corners and well, let me iron this seam open first, then push out my corners. Okay, now I'm going to push out my corners. I'm gonna cut some more fabric out of that corner because I don't want it to be bulky. All right. Oh, that's much better. Okay. It's a lot of pressing you're gonna have to do for this to be more pronounced. All right. And this part. Okay, so let me get to pressing. All right. Looking good. Looking good. All right, now this is the collar for both sides. Now we're going to do some understitching where we're going to attach the collar. You just sandwich the interfacing together. And match them up so it won't be lopsided with the shoulder seam. And that. Dot to dot. Pin. And center back. Pin. And shoulder seam. Dot and dot. Alrighty, all right, so so yeah, that's how you want it. All right, now everything is tucked in there and laying down at the seam. So sometimes people go in the seam, which is stitch in the ditch, but with the undercollar, just want to go in the middle of the seam allowance. When you're doing understitching, this is what I do. I'll show you what I'm talking about in a minute. Make sure everything is out of the way because you don't want to stitch anything that doesn't belong there when you're stitching. All right. So, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So now it doesn't pull apart. See, it's attached. All right. And it's not really bulky. Okay, so now we're going to Now we're going to attach the lining to the side seam of the front. I'm going to ball everything up. Let me take this off. And almost like the burrito method for me. This is not what you do for the regular pattern. Like I said, when I did half earlier, I just want to get that out of the way. But when when you follow the instructions, you go how the instructions go step by step. So I'm up here pivoting. So I'm gonna have to do the burrito method to attach my front bodice to my back lining inside, in front, just the lining and the front bodice all together on the side. And because I also added a back band as well. So this is what you're gonna do when you do the back band. You're gonna do the burrito method as well. All right, so let's see, back bodice. Here's the side. Shoulder seam. Okay. And I'm just attaching the lining, the back lining side here to the lining from the front on the side seam. Hello, hello. Okay, is that in the same? Yes, the understitch is in the seam allowance. I laid both seam allowances together. You know how 1/4 of the seam allowance, it's in half. So I just sandwiched them together. So some of the seam allowance can be inside the collar and some of the seam allowance can be inside the back bodice. So they're sandwiched together, and I only understitched the bottom seam part, the bottom seam allowance, if you can understand. what I'm trying to explain to you. Hey, Camila, Kamala, Kamala. I'm sorry I'm screwing up names, y'all, but thank you for joining me. All right. Now I'm just attaching the lining in between the band and the back bodice on the side seam. Y'all probably can't understand it, but hopefully you can see it on the recording. So Hello, hello. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really do. And all right, so let's see how this turned out. All right. So this is the back band. Let me show you on the mannequin. Take these other pieces off. All right. So it's coming along. I hope you all can see that. Oops. Out the way a little bit. Okay. So, and the back band, if you can see that too. All right. I'm going to have to hand stitch this closed because, like I said, when I did the burrito method, well, when I half stitched this, it stopped the ability for me to stitch the top closed. But when you add your band, you won't go through this. It was just me because I did I finished this blazer in half earlier, so I can get it out the way. But you won't have this problem once you put everything together with the band. And this is how the other side is going to look. Because remember, this side was open, but I showed you how to add fabric to close the side in so you won't see your bra, or if you don't want any skin showing in the front of your blazer. Thank you, Latoya. Yeah, so, but I'm going to hand stitch this later, and that's not a problem. So now, since everything is done with the top, let's work on the bottom piece. So now you're going to need pattern piece number 4. Which is the lower front piece. And you would have to transfer your dot markings and your pocket markings, because now we're going to work on the pocket. All right. And I'm making sure I'm going in order according to the pattern instructions. So we're going to work with the dart with right side spacing. We're going to match the dots and the notches. And you're going to stitch your dart close. Hold on, guys, I'm a little parched. Oh, thank you, Shamir. Shamir. Thank you, thank you. All right. So you're going to now iron your dart to the center front. Make sure I give all my my electronics some juice. Make sure it's charged up. I'm gonna die on anybody. All right. That's pressed out. Now you're gonna grab pattern piece number 6, 7, and 8. I mean 6, 5, 6, and 7. So with number 6 and number 7, let's work with number 6 first. You're gonna fold it. Make sure it's interfaced, and you're gonna fold it in half and stitch 1/8 of an inch all the way down from the top to the bottom. And this is the upper welt. And that stitching line that you did to close this in, you're going to lay that stitching line right on top of the line of the welt pocket opening. So if this is the welt pocket opening, you're going to lay it like this. With those dots that you see here, the big dots and the small dots, you're going to lay the big dot onto the big dot. Open the pen. And you're going to do this on the right sides of the fabric. You're going to lay it on the right sides of the fabric. And now you're going to stitch from that dot to the other dot. Move my needle. And you're going to stitch. Over now so y'all can see what I'm doing. Okay. Next stitch. All right, it should look like this. And now you're going to take pattern piece number 7, fold it in half, and stitch 1/8 of an inch. Stitch it closed 1/8 of an inch from the edge. All right. And you're going to lay it right over top of the bottom part of the pocket on the stitching line. Add those dots. All right, now it should look like this. So now you're going to take pattern piece number 5, which is the flat. And make sure you transfer your markings on the right sides of the fabric so you can see where to lay your pocket flat. I didn't do that. Let me do it right now. All right. So now you're going to stitch the pocket flat 1/4 of an inch from the edge all the way around with right side spacing, with both pieces right side spacing. You can go around the turns really slowly so you can get that rounding effect of the pocket. You don't want a point, you want it round. Okay, now trim. turn it inside out. Let me backstitch and form this top before I turn it around. All right. Get your point turner. Push out the corners. All right. And press it down. Okay, it should look like this. And now you're going to stitch it 1/4 inch from the edge of the opening edge. All right. Now you stitch it 1/4 inch from the edge of the pocket. Now you're going to lay the pocket down on top on the top welt part of your pocket. And once you fold it, it's going to fold down like that. Okay? So now you're going to match the dots. Make sure it's on the edge of the welt. Don't let the opening edge of the flap be over like overlay on top of the bottom flap. You don't want to do that. Okay. Make sure everything is laying down, and we're going to stitch that down right over top of the stitching, the 1/4 inch stitching. And now, since that's attached, you want to take the pattern piece number 9, the lining pocket lining, I should say. And with right side spacing, you're going to lay it right over top of the bottom welt with the dots matching. And you're going to stitch right over top of the line, the stitching over top of the welt, which was 1/8 of an inch. Move my pen. And what I do, I don't pin it down. I just look to make sure the line is even. Stop it right at that dot. Okay. So now you're going to make sure all the dots are even on both sides. Okay. Now you're going to make a slash in between the slash that's in between the welt. You're going to cut. All right. You're going to cut at those triangles. And then when you make the slashes on the side of those triangles, stop at the dot. And you're going to turn the pocket and the lining inside out. Okay, you're going to press this down. It should look like this when you press it. All right. And it should look like this when you do finish ironing it. Thank you. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. So, and this is how it should look on the inside. Now you're going to add, thank you. Thank you for the roses. You're going to add pattern piece number 8, which is the pocket. And you're going to lay that right on top with right sides facing. Right on top. Make sure you pin your notches first. But flip it over now. All right. Turn it over a little bit. Okay. You're going to pin all the way around because you're going to stitch from the top of the pocket all the way around to the other side to seal the lining closed. And now we're not going to worry about this triangle here yet. We're going to do that last. And we're going to stitch that 5/8 of an inch closed. Make sure your flap is out the way because you don't want to stitch that down. Go slow around those corners. All right. Okay. So now you attached your pocket on this side and the other side. Now we're going to tack down. Now we're going to tack down this little triangle here that you cut out. We're going to get close to the edge. Use my ow. We're going to get close to the edge here to close it, to seal it. for both sides. Let me move my needle over a little bit. There you go. So I can get it real close. Back stitch. Okay. So now make sure I didn't. Pocket flap was in the way. Now I gotta take the stitching out. Sewing too fast. I gotta check. Attached it to the pocket, and now I gotta take it apart. Okay, there you go. Okie dokie now. There we go. All right, under this thing. Now you're going to take the top of the pocket and you're going to stitch it down to the top of the welt, and you're going to stitch it across the top stitching like you see here. So I'll make sure my dots are matched up on both sides. All right. And now I'm going to stitch, since they're attached on both sides, I had to attach it to the welt on top. And now I'm going to stitch across from dot to dot in that same stitching line from here to here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. So now the pocket is sealed on top. So now when you turn it around, lift up the welt, it's sealed. Okay. And you could tuck the welt in. It could be like that, or leave the flap out like this. All right, now that's done. Now we're going to work with pattern pieces number 10. Pattern piece number 10 is the lower back. And it's a lot of darts with this pattern, but you have to make sure you do the reinforcing at the dots and make sure all your darts are together. So I already put the dart on this one and on the blazer. So now I'm going to attach both pattern pieces number 10 at the center back, and I'm going to stop it at that, let me turn around, stop it at the big dot. So from the top waist to the dot, 5/8 of an inch. Right sides together. Matching the notches. And matching the big dot. With the big dot. And you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch. So stitch here at the waist edge to the dot. And this is the center back. Back stitch at the dot. Thank you, Miss Tata. Thank you so much. All right. And now you're going to press your seams open. Now you're going to put those aside and work with pattern pieces number 14 and 18. And number 14 and 18. Number 18 is your lining. And number 14 is the lower front facing. And you're just going to attach it just like this on both of your fabrics. On the front, the center front. Near the center front. Okay. So let me show you. Right here. This is pattern piece number 14 and pattern piece number 18. And I just attached them with a 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. You see here. And at the very bottom of the both pieces, I left a 1.5 inch open. I didn't stitch all the way down. I stopped at the dot, which was here, and I stitched all the way up to the waist edge. And then once you get finished that, you're going to make a slash at that dot on the lining piece and the facing piece. And you're going to spread them apart, press them down and spread them apart just like this. So now with pattern piece number 20 and number 19, which is the lining here, you're going to do the same thing like you did for pattern piece number 10, is you're going to stitch it in the center back and stop at the dot for the lining. So you're going to match the big dots together, and that's where you're going to stop. And you're going to apply the darts to the lining as well. But when you get finished putting, stitching both pieces together, the back and the front, this is the side seam. And the side seam, you're going to leave a little bit of opening here so you can flip it inside out when you do the bottom hem of the skirt, or of the blazer, of the blazer. So you're going to leave an opening on both sides of the blazer back on the side seams at the bottom. So now you're going to attach the side, front, back facing to the bottom front. Before we do that, we're going to attach the front, well, I should say pattern piece number, is this number, pattern piece number 10 to pattern piece number 4 at the side seams. With right sides facing, you're going to match the notches and the bottom and the top. And you're going to stitch all the way across the side seams. stitch 5/8 of an inch. Let me try to match my lines up with my design, my pleats, well, my plaid, I should say, my plaid design. Okay. Make sure your pocket's out the way. Thank you all for staying with me. I really appreciate it. I know this is a long process, but we're almost finished. The type of fabric I'm using is 100% cotton suiting fabric that I purchased from Fabric Mart. All right, so I attached that to the side. Now you're going to press your seams open. All right, now I'm going to attach the front facing, I'm sorry, the lining facing and the front edge together with right sides together. You're going to match the notches. All right, make sure everything is lined up. And it's a lot of pinning, but I just want everything to look even. My lines probably aren't going to line up, but because the interfacing made it stretch out a little bit. Now we're going to stitch from the front waist edge all the way down 5/8 of an inch around the corner of the bottom to, I would say, the edge of this. Let me say, yep, all the way here to the edge. Make sure this opening here, the seam allowance here is flat because you're gonna stitch over that. So, yep, you're gonna stitch right over that edge. Out the way. And stitch right to the edge. Okay. So you stitch right over the edge of this. So it won't open. You have a little opening here. And that's it. All right. I'm going to trim a little bit of that off. Make a couple of notches in the turn. 2 but not 3, y'all. Stitch, don't cut your stitching. All right. So now to close your waist edge bottom closed, you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch. But if you didn't alter the pattern like I did in the front, you're only going to stitch from this dot all the way across the back to the other dot. Now, yeah, from this dot all the way to the other dot. But since I closed in my opening on my side, I'm going to stop. I'm going to start my stitching at the side seam. At the side seam here. All the way across to the other side seam. All right. So that's what you're going to do now, is close in the top edge of your back blazer. Matching the seams. Matching the center back. Okay. And you're going to stitch using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. How am I looking at my bobbin? Bobbin looks good. See, guys. Thank you all for joining. Thank you so much. Everybody on TikTok and everybody on YouTube. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all staying with me. Alrighty. So side, center, back stitch. Okay. All right. Now, all right. What I'm going to do for the buttonhole is, what is that? Yeah, I'm gonna leave that open for right now. Yeah, okay. So now I did that. And I'm now going to fit my blazer, my front bodice in between this spacing right here. So I'm going to turn it inside out, the bottom part inside out with wrong side spacing. I'm going to push my rounded edge out, and I'm going to press. Okay. So now turn it back inside out. After I pressed it, I'm going to turn it back with right side spacing. I just wanted my rounded edge to be a little bit more defined before I turned everything around. So. I'm gonna stitch my bottom edge of my front bodice closed. So once I grab it, I don't want the pieces to fall all over the place. So I'm just gonna edge stitch it closed. Using 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, which is 1/4 of an inch. Okay. Now I'm gonna feed this through the front. Make sure the notches are even with each other. And you see these two dots here. These two dots here are open. These two dots here are open for the buttonhole. Now you're not going to stitch that opening closed. You're going to put pins there and pins here. And you're only going to stitch from edge to the first dot, edge to the first dot, and then from the second dot all the way across to close your bodice in between your bottom half of your blazer. And here's a little bulky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut some of this flap off. Some of this dart off, that's all. And cut some of this seam allowance off. All right, and I'm fitting it in between here to the side seam. So I hope you guys see here. So making sure all my seams are matching. Okay. So I'm going to stitch here at the edge to this dot, then from this dot all the way to the side seam. Using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Back stitch at the dot. Cut your thread, lift it up, and put your needle at the other dot. Back stitch. Back stitch. All right. All right, so now I'll show you how everything lined up with my seams. And let me show you the buttonhole, how it's supposed to go. Because this was the opening for the buttonhole. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to cut. Don't be scared to cut. You're going to cut. See, it says slash on the right. Make sure. Da, da, da. Hmm. Yeah, you're going to have to cut. Yeah. So you're going to cut from this dot down to that through. Not even all the way, maybe 1/4 of an inch from the edge, straight down to the dot. And then you're going to cut some of the seam allowance off. just like that. So it should look like this. And the other dot as well. Cut some of this seam allowance off. All right. All right. It should look like this. Look like that. Cut some of the seam allowance off. You didn't cut this, just cut some of the seam allowance off from both sides. Well, how are you? And I'm going to cut some of the seam allowance all the way across. You can cut 1/4 inch off your seam allowance from the waist edge of your back and your front part of the blazer, the bottom part of the blazer. Okay. All the way across. All the way across. And you left that for the buttonhole. As you see how it's open, it's not closed yet. So now, since you see the buttonhole like this, you're going to take the inside 2 pieces I sewed that open. I should have left it open, but okay, like this. And you're going to fold the middle pieces. I hope y'all can see that. Inside one another, like that. That side this way. Can you see that? And inside. There you go. Yep. So inside the center, both center pieces inside each other. So you could take your pointer and you can just push them down inside each other. All right. So see now, see how this is the button slit area for the button to go. And only thing you have to do, this is the button. Now you have to slip stitch each side, 2 pieces closed. But this is for the button. So now, what we're looking at This is what we're looking at. Oh, for TikTok people. So this is what we're looking at now. So the side is closed in the front. Okay, y'all see that? All right. You like that way a lot better? Yes, yeah. Yeah. I close the sides in and the back band. All right. So now we have to close the lining in with the, gonna close the flap in with the lining. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Now this is the reason why you left those two openings on the lining open, so you can turn them inside out. But first we're gonna work with the lower lining back. And we're going to attach those two. We're going to attach the lining back together at the flap. We do that, do that, do that, do that. All right. We're going to work with the right side of the lining, which is this side, which is, which one is the right side? Pattern piece number 19. And we're going to attach it to the fabric piece. Which piece is that? Where is it? It's not. Bring it through the hole, because we're going to work with the back piece first. So you got to bring it through the hole. Where is it? All right. That's not right. Nope. This is the way. Okay. Sometimes it's confusing, but you know, it is what it is. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. All right. I had it right. Okay. Here we go. So this is the back of the blazer, which I'm showing you. We're going to work from on the right side. Like that. Okay. We're going to fold it in half, and we're going to work with the bottom flat on the right side. Matching the dots from dot to dot. All right, pin at the notches. Okay. And the dot. So this is the back lining to the front lining, the front piece of back piece of fabric, number 10, because we're working with the right side. And then you match the dots. Big dot with big dot. And make sure you reinforce your corners because you're going to have to slash through your corners here. And let me side so y'all can see. All right, and it says with right sides together, pin the back bent edges of right back lining and right blazer back, matching small and large dots. Starting at large dot, stitch right back bent edges together to 2 inches above lower edge of lining. All right, so let me get my tape measure and measure 2 inches up from lining. Okay. Just like that, 2 inches from the line. And we're working on the right side. Put my pin here. All right. Stitch from the dot to the big dot. 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Thank you, Kay. Thank you so much. Hey, Marion, how are you? All right. So I stitched 2 inches from the edge of the lining up to the large dot. Like you see here. From that dot all the way up to the edge. Okay. All right. So that's done. Now I gotta press back. So now I have to do the same thing for the other side. Same as on this side, on the left side. Okay, now for the left side, it says, with right sides together, pin the back bent edges of left back lining and left blazer back, matching small and large dots. Starting at large dot, stitch left back bent edges together to 2 inches above lower edge of lining. Being careful not to catch in right half of blazer and lining. Clip only the left back vent seam of blazer to end of stitching. Okay. So let me measure up 2 inches like I did before from the bottom edge of the lining. Okay. And let me match the big dot to the okay, I'm back. So now you can stitch here from the big dot to the little dot, and this is where you're going to pivot. You're going to pivot here and stitch all the way down to the dot 2 inches above the lower edge of the lining. So I'm going to put my needle there at the dot, back stitch, lift my pressure foot up and pivot. And I'm stitching 5/8 of an inch, single loops. Back stitch. Hello, Miss Davis, how are you? Who else is joining? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm up here concentrating. Sabs will. Okay. Hello, everyone that I didn't catch the names. I do apologize. All right, so now this is the left side back flat. Let me just turn it inside out so I can show you guys. Okay. Now, it says here on the instructions that you have to close the top of the back flap of the lining like I just did, but and then you're going to have to hand stitch it to attach to the other side. What I'm going to do, like Erica did, she left that top open and she pinned it and flipped the fabric inside out and stitched it closed. So that's what I'm going to do, because I don't feel like slip stitching nothing. So I'm going to take these stitches out. I'm taking the stitches out on top. And I think Erica's way was easier. I mean, sometimes you gotta pivot. You gotta pivot to make whatever's comfortable for you. And Erica's way is definitely easier and comfortable for me. And I'll show you what I mean when I get finished taking these stitches out. Okay, so now instead of stitching across and down, you just have to stitch from that 2 inches from the bottom of the lining edge up to that first dot, which is right here. Okay. So now that opening, it's the opening here and on the sides. So let me press these, let me press both sides. All right, and this side. Okay. Since I didn't close the top of both sides of the back vent, I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do. Okay. All right. Press that down. Because you're gonna have to make slashes here in the corners of your lining. And you're gonna fold that under that flat part over. All right. Then this part that lays, you're gonna push that inside too. Okay. Hope y'all can see what I'm doing. All right. Okay. Now this open of the flat and this part, the right side and the left side. The left side, you're going to push all that top opening of the flat inside. So you see how that happened. And instead of slip stitching this closed, you're going to pin this, pin that, okay? And then you're going to turn it inside out, and whatever that's pinned, you're going to stitch closed. All right, so let me take the pin out, get it out the way. All right, so everything that I grabbed, make sure everything's even. And I'm going to stitch this close 5/8 of an inch. All right. Stitch this closed 5/8 of an inch. From dot to dot. All right, so let me show you what I did. So you see what I did? Instead of slip stitching this on top of this, I just grabbed it. So see, instead of slip stitching it, I just grabbed it from underneath and did a straight stitch. So that closed the back flat. All right. So now we're going to close the bottom right. You're going to close the bottom right. So closing the bottom right, take your hand through the opening of the lining and pull the bottom through. Let me see something. No. Mm. Oh, okay. You do it like this. Okay, do it like this. I'm working with this side on the right, so I'm just gonna like do a burrito like you did before and just work with the bottom edge of the right side of the flap. All right. And I'm going to attach it at the bottom. Let's see. The right side. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. Now I'm just working with the right side. And I did it like a burrito. This is the wrong with right sides facing the front and the back. Okay. A lot of fabric I have to work with. So I'm gonna do this as tight as I can. Wish this was a better way, but it gotta be a better way. All right. Go. Lining. This is the right side. It's the opening, so let's see. Yeah, it has to be a better way. Yep, here we go. I'll pull everything that I can through this hole. Yep. Turn it inside out. I'm just gonna work with the right side. Mhm. Let's see if that works. What did I just do? I just put it all the way through and didn't even stop. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. It says okay. Inside out, right? Flip it. Yeah, okay. Huh. Okay, let's try this. Grab it from the left. And pull both sides through the left opening. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. Yep, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Hey, here we go. Now with right sides facing on the right side of the blazer, you're going to stitch all the way over to the two. If you see it upside down, this is the corner. All right. You're going to take the lining and the edge. Fold it down like that. Now, this is upside down because this is the bottom hem I'm working, you're seeing. So the lining here, the side that's folded, and this is the facing side, the round side, turned inside out. You're not going to put it even with this side. You're going to pull it to the edge. And you're going to pin. Let me see if this version works better for you. Okay. So you see what I'm talking about here. You're going to pull this to the edge. This is going to buckle up right here. This piece is going to buckle up. So you're going to pull this to the edge and you're going to pin. All right. Then you're going to match your seams, side seams. Okay. Like this is my second time doing this blazer, but sometimes it's a little bit confusing. Okay, so now at the back flap, all right, so now that. Okay. So now on the flat part of it, you're going to do the same thing by pulling the lining to the edge. Mhm, mhm. Okay. Let me iron this down a little bit so it can be even. Okay, so now you're going to stitch from here all the way down. You're going to stitch the right sides together, pin lower edge of blazer and lining together, matching centers, back and seams. Okay. Stitch lower edge together between facing seams in a 1/2 inch seam. Okay. Since the blazer is 1 inch longer than the lining, folds and blazer will develop. Folds and blazer will develop. Okay. So you're going to do a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Now, a lot of this is you're going to have to use slip stitching to close a lot of these seams. Which isn't bad. It's, makes it look more, I guess, couture, I should say. Because couture means doing a lot of hand stitching. You don't do sewing machines for a lot of couture, like outfits. All right, so that's done. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. All right. So now let's turn this inside out so you can see. All right. So this is the bottom right back. And you see how that opening here, you're going to have to slip stitch that closed. That's what I was saying. So it should look like this. And the flap. Should look like this, where you're going to have to slip stitch this closed. Let me lift that up some more, because I want this side to look like this side. Yep, so don't ever cut your seams or cut fabric off until everything looks right to you. And that didn't look right to me, and I'm glad I didn't cut my seam allowance. Okay. So I'm going to, just like I did the other side, I'm going to put this up here. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna even it up. And I'm gonna stitch. I think I said a half, what did I say, an inch? An inch. I'm gonna stitch an inch up. So I'm gonna stitch an inch up. So let me mark it. Where's my pen? I know I had it. Get my other one. Inch up, so there. Okay. Okay, here. Let's see how this looks now. Before I cut anything, I want everything to be true. All right. Yep, ta-da. Okay. That's the flap side, and this is the edge. So everything is looking the same. This is the flap side, and this is the edge. By just taking that up an inch from the edge and sewing it, that made it work. So the only thing I have to do now is slip stitch both of these sides closed, but now I'm going to press them. Okay. Now, can you see that? All the way towards the flap. Now we're going to do this side, the same side, the same thing for the other side. So. All right. I'm going to do the same thing by matching the seams. Side seam. All right, and pinning this. And like I did before, I'm going to measure an inch up from the edge. And that's where I'm going to stitch. Where you see that purple mark. And then I'm going to bring that one all the way to the edge, the lining, pin. Okay. Closing this up. And when you get the hang of doing this over and over again, you'll remember what to do on another blazer, because when you assemble mostly all these blazers, they're practically all the same when you put them together. So okay. Make sure everything is evened up. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay. Now I don't show this pen because the right side, let me see if I'm doing this right. Okay. Right, all right, that's the left one. Okay, right. Got it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, I'll fold this into each other, making sure the lining is pinned down to the fabric. All right. Making sure everything is even at the very bottom of the left-hand side. Going to make sure all of it is straight across to the bottom. And we did the bottom on the other side, on the right side, the same way we're doing it on the left side. But for the center flap, we're taking it all the way to the edge and leaving this space here. So let's stitch quarter a half an inch all the way across the bottom left side. All right, thank you, Carm. Thank you, guys. Thank you for hanging in there. And you can share this sew along too on TikTok and also on YouTube, Facebook. Share it. Let's see something. Okay. Shoot, I started talking. I started veering off doing 5/8 of an inch. It was supposed to be a quarter of an inch, I mean a half an inch. All right, there we go. Sometimes it gets like that, y'all. So here we go. All right. So that's done. So now we're gonna close the seam off by folding it like that in half. It says da-da-da. Okay. Now we had to fold the bottom from that 2 inches up at that dot. You're gonna lay your half inch seam allowance on that dot. And now you're gonna close it. Sorry. This dot here, you're gonna lay your half inch seam allowance on this dot here. All right, and then you're gonna stitch up 5/8 of it. It means stitch down 5/8 of an inch to close that up. Okay, so I'm not gonna cut anything yet until I know everything looks good to me. So. All right. Yep, so that's the end I had the fold that I just showed you. So it's supposed to look just like this to the other side, and you'll slip stitch these closed. So let me press and show you. So I'll show you everything. Hey, Kizzy. All right, so everything, hope y'all can see. The back vent. I'm gonna have to bring this up a little bit. This part up a little bit. Yeah, so it can even up with this side. Oh, shit. Oh. So everything is fine, but I just need to bring this up some more. So everything could be even. Just like that. So I'm just going to pull this up a little bit here, right here, so everything can be even. So everything can match up. But yep, this is the back. So now we're gonna add the sleeve. Okay. Hey, Jennifer, thank you for coming. So now, grab pattern pieces number 16, 15, and 16. 15 is the upper sleeve. And make sure that you add your interfacing on this side where the buttons go and the hem. And we're going to attach pattern piece number 16, which is the undersleeve. And with right sides facing. Now you can, some people do edge stitching, I don't, but I mean an ease stitch. But like I said, I have stretchy fabric, so I can fit it in between the notches. So with right sides facing, you're gonna match the notches. And the ends at the wrist edge and the top of the sleeve. And this is how it should look. And then you're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch, both pieces together. back stitch. And you're going to press your seams open. And this is how it should look. And now you're going to, now with this sleeve, you're going to ease stitch. So I'm going to put some ease stitching around the top of the sleeve from the little dot to the other little dot. All right, so now we're going to attach the other side, closing the sleeve up, matching the notches. Pinning on the top of the sleeve, in between, and matching the big dots. And you're going to stitch starting at the big dot, and all the way up to the top. So starting at the big dot, all the way up to the top of the sleeve. 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. And make sure you reinforce those corners too where the dot is. Change my stitching. All right, back stitch. All right. Now you have to press your seams open. And you're going to do the same thing with the lining. Same thing I'm doing here with the sleeves, you're going to do with the lining as well. All right. But what I should have done was done the bottom curve, but you could still do it all together. So now you have to, before you close it up, you have to do the bottom part of the sleeve. So for, I forgot what this part was called. Well, when you just at the corner of the sleeve, matching the little dots here, matching the little dots at this angle piece, you're going to fold it in half with right sides together, and you're going to stitch 1/4 inch. Is it 1/4 inch? Yeah. 1/4 inch from here to here. Yeah, from here to here. Back stitch. Hey! Thank you, Coco. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Keisha. I appreciate y'all for staying. Now you're going to cut a little bit of a corner off so you can press it down. Press it flat. Like that. Yeah, no, I shouldn't have closed the seam up. I'm up here rushing, but you can still do it. So push it inside out. Where's my corner pusher? It's around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Corner pusher. And you're gonna iron 1 inch. Not 1 inch, you're going to iron 1.5 inches. You're gonna press 1.5 inches. And we're almost finished, guys. We're almost finished. All right. That's done now. Fold over 1/4 inch at that dot here. It says turn corners to inside, pressing up hem and extensions on upper sleeve to inside along fold line. Forming facing. Press under 1/4 inch on remaining side edge of undersleeve. So you're going to press that down. Now you're going to attach this side of facing. Should be this way. It should look like this. All right, so you're going to stitch this closed 1/4 inch up from the edge. This is how I do it. All right, push that inside. Okay. Now you're going to stitch this closed. And you're going to stitch it from this little dot to this big dot. It's 5/8 of an inch. So through that dot, stitch it to the big dot. Back stitch. Hello, hello, hello. That's the way I made. Okay, so you close it up. And you only don't stitch all the way across. Just stitch from little dot to big dot. And make a slash between the dot and the corner. To but not through, like Trisha says. To but not through. Okay. On both sides. So both sides, this side and that side. Okay. So now you got to get your lining piece, which is 21 and 22. And I already put it together because you have to do it the same way you did the fabric sleeve. You do the lining sleeve the same way. Right, with yeah, right sides with wrong sides together. all sides together. Let me see. Okay. I'm gonna slide this over with right sides facing. And I'm going to attach the lining. Like I said, I should have. Yeah, definitely like Erica's way better than these instructions. Because the way I did the back flap of the blazer, I'm gonna do the same thing to the flap of this sleeve, leaving this top open where I slashed it at the dots. Yeah, so, all right. All right. So with right sides facing, the lining and the fabric, I'm going to match the big dots to the small dot. I'm going to pin. Making sure everything evens up. All right. Fold it out the way. I'm going to stitch that down on the edge here. From there to this dot, I'm going to stitch down 1/4 inch. All right. And I'm going to fold this down so it won't be in my way, so I won't stitch it closed. Make sure my seams match up. Thank you. Well, now when it comes to putting the lining on to the fabric of the hem, the wrist edge of the sleeve, they leave a lot of important information out how to apply the lining to the sleeve. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Because they don't put a lot of markings on the pattern for the sleeve either, for the line to attach the lining. So like take this corner of the point of the sleeve, take this part and put it at the corner of the lining and pin. And then pin, fit it to pin between the seam. All right. And like that. All right, so you're going to stitch the bottom part of the edge of the collar of the wrist down at that point. I forgot what it's called, but let me show you here at this point. You're going to stitch 5/8 of an inch all the way from here all the way across to the other side of that seam, 5/8 of an inch. So start here. This is what I do. That makes it easier. Find your seam, 5/8 of an inch. Put the needle down and the presser flip. Hold on, is it 5/8 of an inch? Let me check. 5/8. A quarter of an inch, y'all. Quarter of an inch. My apologies. A quarter of an inch. Quarter of an inch from the wrist edge of the lining and the fabric, from corner to corner. Five-eighths of it. I mean, a quarter of an inch, a quarter. I gotta remember that. Quarter of an inch. All right. Quarter of an inch. after we do the lining, we're going to attach it to the arm, the whole of the arm. So now, at that point from the edge here, you're going to stitch 1/4 of an inch the lower wrist edge of the lining and the fabric. So, line the needle. All right. Hello, everyone. Hello. Thank you for joining, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. All right. Okay. So, all right, that's that, and that is there. Okay. Let me push this inside and okay. Right now we're going to do the other side, the bottom. All right. Let me see how everything's looking. Things looking. Oops. Push my iPad up. Don't want that to run out. Oh. Lord, y'all, I tell you. Okay, here we go. Okay, so see how everything is looking. So, like this. So what I'm going to do, stitch this like that. Okay, and all right, everything's looking good. Okay, so let's turn it back. All right. All right, so now let's attach this side. So everything will look good. Pin this down. All right. Now this is the complicated part. I'll probably just do this off camera, but like I said, they left out a lot of markings on that lining piece for you to attach the lining to the sleeve. I'm gonna have to finagle a lot of this. Yep, okie dokie. Okay, attach that. We're gonna sew this down on this side. Okay. Now, like I said, you're gonna have to do a lot of hand stitching to close a lot of these seams. Why did I do that? Doggone it. There we go. Okay. So now we're going to attach the sleeve. And this is where you have to do a lot of pinning. All right. That was a good timing. It's only 8:04. All right. So. All right. So that's the sleeve. I'm gonna have to press that and slip stitch, but that's how it looks on the inside. Okie doke. So now we're going to attach the sleeve. Move the lining out of the way. Doggone it. Oh, man. All right. So the right sides together. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Make sure all your notches are matching around your armhole from the double notch supposed to go to the back. Okay. Here we go. Oof. Oh. Make sure your lining is out of the way because you don't want to stitch your lining up with your sleeve. So now you have to fit your sleeve around the armhole, but always match your notches and your side seam together. And then we'll fit it where the dots are. Matching my notches. Matching the underarm seam. Now I'm going to put the shoulder pad on after I fit the fit the sleeve on. And always make sure to fit the arm, the shoulder pad. Make sure it's in the right place where you want it. Make sure it's not a lot of overhang in the seam allowance, and you want it to sit good on your shoulder. So I'm going to pull and fit this. Okay. All that looks good. Make sure the lining's out of the way. And we're going to stitch using 5/8 of an inch all the way around. Extension off. And I like starting under the underarm. All right, looking good. Okay. sure everything is out of the way. All right. Take out my edge, my ease stitches. All right. So that's the armhole. It's closed up. So, all right, so I put the shoulder pad in this side already. Now I'm going to put the shoulder pad in this side. And the way I do it, make sure the lining's out of the way. Now these are just regular, I guess, pads that I got from like a bathing suit or yeah, a bathing suit. And it had extra pads in it that I don't use. Or where did I get these from? I think it was like a like a tank top with these in it, and I just took them out and I just cut a curve in them like this. If you see it here, I just cut a curve in them and I fit them over top of my shoulder to make like little shoulder pads. So the only thing you have to do is take the part that's curved and fold it with wrong sides together. Wrong sides together in half. And you're going to lay this part on the shoulder seam upside down with this cut off seam, the straighter seam on the edge of the seam allowance. And you're going to lay it and you're going to pin it down. And you can make markings too, so you'll know where to lay it on the middle of your seam, the middle of your seam allowance. And you're going to grab the seam from underneath and pin. And you're only going to stitch this not all the way to the top, but all the way from halfway from here on down to the edge of the seam of the shoulder pad. You know what? I did it upside down instead of this way, upside down. And you can stay stitch this close or use your sewing machine, either one. And I'll do a straight stitch or a zigzag stitch. In the middle of the seam allowance. Like that. And you'll do the same thing for the other side of the seam allowance. Now to attach it to the sides, like make a cup with your hand and lay it down to mimic your shoulder and pin on the seam allowance. And you're going to do a zigzag stitch here and here. Like that. Like that. Both sides. And that's your shoulder pad. Cover it up. And that's your shoulder pad. And we are done. So all right, I'll attach the lining into the arm later. Let me just pin it so it won't come apart. Let me put the pin in. Let me just pin it. All right. Let me try it on for you guys, and I'll be right back. All righty. So here it is. All right, and this is the back. And I'm gonna put a button here right now. I got the pins in, so yeah. And this is the back. I'm gonna fix this because it's too long on one side. But this is the back band covering my bra because I do have a bra on. So yep, this is it. So this is it, guys. I'm gonna finish the sides with the pockets. All right. Yep. Put a button here later. Yep. This is the band for the back. And I added the fabric, extra fabric on the sides. Yeah. Thank you, Carm. Thank you. So I'll finish it later. I'll put my buttons and stuff on and I'll take pictures. But thank you everyone for joining me. And it will be for March 16th. It'll be on her pants. So I'll do the pants too. Same, I guess I'm going to use the same fabric. And yeah. So thank you guys for joining. Thank you, Connor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. And I'll take pictures of it and everything later. But this is the back. And I'll finish stitching the top. But yeah, got the shoulder pads in. So let me see, anything else? Any questions? Anybody have any questions? What fabric is that? This is a suiting fabric from Fabric Mart. It's 100% cotton. And it's plaid with gray, silver, and white. I should say white, beige, and silver, which is gray. Mhm. Comments. Okay. I need to mark when you start the sleeves. Yeah. So we'll definitely be matching these. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Another Carmen Green. Thank you. Thank you, Dory. Are you going to hand stitch sleeves lining? Yes, I'm going to hand stitch the sleeve lining, Shamir. Yeah, I'm just going to finish it up inside. I did the edges with the sewing machine, but inside I'm going to do the hand stitching and also add some buttons. Yeah, I'll add some buttons. I was thinking about leaving it open, but no, I'm just going to add buttons. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for watching and joining me. Smart looks good. Thank you, thank you. Any more questions? Anything? Did y'all and if y'all need to watch the replay on YouTube, it will show you. I will show you how to add the band, the back band. All right. Well, thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. And on March 16th, I'm going to do the pants. So stay tuned for that. Hope y'all join me for that. And I guess that's it. Take care, guys.